Yo, today we're gonna play. Vamos a jugar. Hoy, fourth day since Spain won the Copa Mundial. So there are 1,399 more days until Spain win their third star. Just gonna play some GeoGuessr. Try to get to let's see, to maybe first place if we can. Let's see. Are we still in fourth? We're in sixth. People passed us. We gotta grind that shit out. Holy cow! Big Rick. Damn man. All right. Give me a sec. Let's see how good we can get. Where's... All right. I'm gonna put some vallenato. Or let's honestly let's listen to a how do you say this? Club da esquina. Tudo que você queria ser. Vai. Move, no move. Let's do it. Whatever. Com sol e chuva. Let's just move. Anad, Kagri. Maybe like Romania. Malatya, Akol. I got no clue. Anan. Kagri. Turkey or Romania, I don't know. Turkey. Alright. Beautiful. I don't know. I feel like well, no, not the U.S. This could be Europe. No, it could be like Australia, New Zealand. I'm gonna go with like Australia. I got no clue, man. España. Joder. Viva España, tío. Sol y chuva. Europe. Na sua estrada. I can't read that. Joder, 7 de septiembre. Septiembre. Is it Italy? Italia. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's like southern Italy. I'm gonna assume this is like 7 de septiembre. I'm just gonna say some shit right here. Oh man, Brazil. Fuck man, I'm done. Fuente Unquera, San Lander, Oviedo. ¿Dónde está Oviedo? Oviedo. Where is Oviedo again? Northern Europe. Oviedo. Where is it? Lower. Fuente de Santander. I feel like it's northern, no? Muito mais. Dialogue. PMPBS. I feel like I'm in Asia. Philippines. I'm gonna say Philippines. Quería ser feliz. I got no clue. If I was a botanist, I'd probably understand. Sri Lanka. InDrive. InDrive. Is this Colombia? This is Colombia. No, not Colombia. InDrive is elsewhere. Línea, carga de encomiendas y giros. Primax. I'm so confused. Primax. Is this like Peru? I'm gonna go with like Ecuador or some shit like that, man. De Lima, fuck. Oh my god. Ooh. Insane. Continúe. Hangul. Si você deixar um coração bater sem medo. Se você deixar um coração. Se você deixar. Oh my god. Alright, let's go. South Dakota. South Dakota. Oh, this is Philippines. This could be anything, man. It could be Florida. This looks like some Florida place. This could be America. This could be. I mean, I don't know the polls. I'm gonna go Florida, man. What? Si usted deseara un corazón, si usted deseara un corazón. Oh, it's Argentina. Spain. Spain. Lo sabía. Where's Bristol, man? Bristol Health. I'll just do it. Oh my god, but they're driving on the right. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a fail. What a fail. What a failure. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Embarrassing, man. Italia. Continuo. Northern Italy. I just had a feeling, man. I swear I don't have a reason for these, man. England. Nottingham. Where's Nottingham? I feel like it's south, no? Nottingham. Whoa. Tie. Instant class. What is that? I feel like I'm in Peru or in Chile. Oh, like here. Like that area, you know? This shit is just barren, man. This is barren. My god. Fuck, man. Greece. I'm gonna go with like Bulgaria and Greece. Todo quedó en el olvido. Quinto ya. De amores en el aire. Philippines, yo, this is. Están clavadas. Calbayog, let's go Calbayog. Vido. Contenido. Manila, I should. Okay, Manila. Clavadas dos cruces antes del olvido. Oh my god, excuse me. Fuck, that was embarrassing. This is crazy. Insane technology. What the fuck? How do you code this, man? De você. I already know. Alabama and Florida. I'm gonna go like here. This guy is Serbian. Mad Life, that's America. CO. What's CO? Pero viene el robo. Chile. Santiago. Acrylic. quería almorzar. I know it's Spain. But where, Barcelona? Wow. Zaragoza. Fazoli's. I don't know Fazoli's. Let's see. 402. I gotta learn state codes, man. I can't. No. I won't. I was just checking. I wasn't. Oh, what did it say on my home? Fuck, man. Alcatraz. Obviously. The Arabic world. I'm gonna say it's like. Ah. Alright. Low-key tired. You have a good lead. 2000. Oh shit. Sorry.
The paranormal video. Nothing burger. I feel like I never hear people use that. I love that. Nothing burger. Ghost videos. Yo, I feel like ghost videos. I don't want to have this tape. I think it's gonna upset me. Do I want to say this tape? I don't think. Think that how do I say this? I'm just gonna say, I think most ghost YouTuber videos are fake. I'm not saying they're trying to fake it, but I think they're fake. Like, you know, it's like you might believe in it, but I think you're just falling for it. No, but I'm not even going like 80%. I'm going like 99.9999% of you. Even Sam and Colby videos. And that's where I think I'm gonna upset people. Like, when I watch Sam and Colby videos, I don't think they're trying to fake it. I think they believe in it, but I think it's fake. I think when they sit down and they're listening to radio waves in a devil chair and they're hearing stuff, I think it's just coincidental if it aligns up to something that's scary. I don't think that it's ghosts. Does that make sense? Like, and I've watched a lot of their videos. I've watched a lot of ghost YouTubers. Most of it's like, I heard a weird noise. That moved. That door slammed. I can't believe it unless I was there, you know? And I've seen some of the weird clips where, like, they're talking and then a door just slams shut. But it's like, the fucking skeptic in me is going, there's somebody behind the door with a string. You know? The skeptic in me is going, some guy's going, and yanks it shut. Dead silent. Action. Just fucking rips it. Right? Like, I'm not saying they do that. But I think a lot of ghost YouTubers do. I don't think Sam and Colby do. I think Sam and Colby do raw YouTuber ghost shit. But I think that what they're picking up is like false readings. Does that make sense? Like the EMF stuff, I don't think is like ghosts. I think it's like some other shit. What that is, don't know. Can't explain. But it's like, I can't. I'm very skeptical when it comes to ghost stuff. Now, would I want to go to those places? Fuck no. Would I want to go to a abandoned insane asylum where a lot of people were tortured and killed? Nope. No, I don't want to go there. But I would go in a group just to see. But part of me, I know they would freak me out. Like, if I ever went with a ghost YouTuber, they'd be like, you know, there's stories about ghosts attaching to people and then killing their families. And I'd be like, we're in the car pulling up to the place. You're gonna tell me that now?
The paranormal videos are just garbage. I can forgive you if you believe those videos if you were young. I was in a position
Oh my god, when I was a kid, they were so scary.
to, but if you still believe them, grow the fuck up.
My favorite clip, it's not even a YouTuber though, it's like from Ghost Hunters on Discovery or some shit. It's like, I think this ghost wants me to take another shot of whiskey. Wait. I'm getting an overwhelming urge. I think I'm gonna do a third one. Like, just say you want another shot, bro. What the fuck are we doing? I think the ghost is speaking to me, but I should take another shot.
Click on one of these videos and it's always the same thing. Orbs, ghosts just passing in front of the camera, door slam.
Didn't want me to drink another whiskey, dude.
Oh, that's a weird impulse.
That is a weird impulse, man.
Billy starts acting very strange and has this sudden impulse to drink more whiskey.
Sudden
Out
impulse.
of all the times that we've been ghost hunting and stuff, I have never had an impulse. I want to drink that right now. I want another shot of this whiskey right now.
I'm not sure.
Like, I love that bit where they always highlight it and they'll look at big red circle. It's a dust particle floating through. Oh my god! Whoa, look at that! Look at that! Wait, look, insert replay that. It's just fucking, it's an orb floating through. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm supposed to go, no way!
Make sure, lights flickering, etc., etc. Watch one ghost video caught on camera and you've pretty much seen it all. Because if you click on another video, it's the same things over and over again, but just in a different setting. So let's talk about the poltergeist, right? The ghost that apparently is able to move random stuff in the house. They know how to shut doors, how to flicker lights, and they also like to leave a mess behind by throwing the random shit onto the floor. But for some,
Why are they always angry? Like, why are there, is that the part of the bit, you know?
For real.
Like, why is there never nice ghosts in these videos? They're always mean and angry and vengeful. Is that the idea, is that they can't transition to the next life because they're upset? I'm just like, why is there not a Casper? Why is there no happy ghost? Or one that just plays pranks, you know? Like, he would move, you'd be like, oh my god, wait, what's that? The ghost is changing the channel! Why is it looking up Fortnite porn? You know? But they don't do that. It's always like, oh, the ghost just threw a knife at me! Come on.
some reason, they never tried to move a fridge, or a washing machine, or some other heavy stuff. Gee.
Thanks for the video idea. You're gonna fake a ghost. You're gonna go to like an abandoned area and you're gonna have a ghost look up Fortnite porn on
I wonder why. Maybe the ghosts are doomed with the stereotypical nerdy build seen in every old high school movie. Alright, I'm done making stupid assumptions. We all know that these videos are fake, right? Smashing a door, just use a rope. Moving an object, just use a rope. Flickering lights, hire Nosferatu. Like, you do not need to be a magician to recreate these types of videos. If I were to make one, I could guarantee all of you that I would top every
And why is nobody ever dying? Like, why is the ghost always just trying to scare them? Like, none of these YouTubers are going to these haunted areas and having, like, a fucking shelf get thrown at them at lightning speed, and it kills them.
single ghost video. All you need is a camera with shitty quality, a VHS.
There was a girl that died in the Conjuring house. No evidence exists of a woman dying while exploring the real-life Conjuring house. There's a misconception linked to a paranormal investigator, Lorraine Warren, who died in 2019 from natural causes. Nobody died in the Conjuring house. Not saying nobody died in the Conjuring house. Nobody died while investigating the Conjuring house.
Keep in mind, if I were to continue my old channel, I would pretty much be forced to cover videos like this. And I know for a fact that I would lose a lot of subscribers if I continued, which, thankfully, for your and my sanity, I didn't. Every FNAF monster I explained in 16 minutes. Every political ideology I explained in 17 minutes.
These are the AI videos. They used to be so good though, bro. When they just came out, it was peak. You had to be there. It was so long ago. May of this year. It was insane, man. When they dropped, it was so, you were getting so much knowledge so fast, and then all the AI just took over.
Reasons Gen Z have less sex in 16 minutes.
Okay. Hold on. Chad, we're gonna take a brief intermission. Online relationships. Let's be real. Back in the day, if you wanted to be in a relationship, what is this voice? Reasons why people in Gen Z are no longer getting laid. Starting at number 1, they're gooning too much. They're burnt out, and they'd rather have sex with a robot. Go outside, meet someone, put in the effort, and risk the horror of making eye contact. But fast forward to today, and Gen Z has found a way to dodge. Wow, this isn't AI either. across multiple time zones or possibly even online relationships. Number 1. Number 2. Gooning. Do you think he changes how he talks about mental struggles? Totally not a recipe for romance. You see, anxiety makes people. Some people want to kill themselves.
Yeah, and we don't have strike. Want to commit that far. Okay, double damage now. Hopefully the country's easy. It's Japan, not the best side. What are the vibes here? Maybe Tokyo feels quite good to me here. I haven't seen any Tokyo pole tops, but the vibes could certainly fit for Tokyo, I believe, or a bit further north. I don't think it's Hokkaido, but yeah, and we don't have striped guy wires, which you normally have in the north, right? So maybe I actually push it a little bit further west here of Tokyo or something like that. I don't want to like trip myself off a good guess here. I probably should just go Tokyo given the flatness. I will. Let's see here. And it was Tokyo. Nice, nice, nice. And double damage, that's almost enough now. We're very close to 1.8k. Man, if we lose this one now, I'm going to be mad because, I mean, yeah, the multis are kind of unnecessary on NPZ for the most part. So, like, in this rank at least. Okay, next one. Looks like it's going to be Europe. We have a round pole. We have 2023 coverage. Do we have any Alps architecture? We do, okay. So I think Slovenia then, with the pole, makes the most sense here. I do think so. Could be wrong. Could be Czechoslovakia. Could be like a really interesting Czechia. Definitely think I'm preferring Slovenia here though, just because of landscape, fairly tall hills, and then this pole. Oh, the pole could be either, I mean, but the house over here specifically. Looks Alpsish, and it is. Okay, so there we go, GG's. Well, survived by Hingle there. Do we get anything? Because if not, then it's like, gosh, do I even do these on camera? We do gain a rating. Okay, so that's at least something here. Let's run it back again and see if we get NM or NPZ, or how long it takes us to find an opponent here. Very interesting choices for the matchmaking so far. Okay, we're back against Hingle here. Hingle? And we're standing to gain 1 rating, I presume, because we would have not taken much off each other last time. We have a Chukogu guy wire here, so I'm going to go straight for that. Opponent should know it's Japan, but we're likely to be able to snag a better guess here. Fairly flat, fairly ricey here. For Chukogu, maybe Okayama could fit decently here. I don't know, like it's a decently flat area. Let's try that. But we only get 1 view here. It's once again NPZ, so I should really check that at the start of every game because I forget to read what it says at the start. It maybe should say it somewhere on the screen. But
I want to do NPZ.
I mean, if you forget, you forget. Totori there, that makes sense as well, and I guess it's pretty good. It's going to be to the tune of 650 points there, so that's pretty gratifying for a round 1. Let's see what we get now. I hope it's like a wrong continent kind of round. No, but it is a fairly northern.
Yeah.
Here, I'd imagine. East of us, so like southeast of us, we have kind of a bay that's very cold looking. I wondered about here, you know. That could be something. Do these have hills on them? They do. Don't think I quite like that much of a commit, but it's definitely up here somewhere. Yeah, like Kongsfjord or something like that here. I don't know. I think that something around here was probably better anyway, but let's just hedge it all the way north here. Between all the kind of fjords up here, but yeah, I mean, long dashes on the outside here, red house, kind of brightly coloured houses. Yeah, what was over here? Okay, we didn't look at that, but is 1,000 points of damage again there. Good guess from the opponent, honestly. Like, Hingle's definitely keeping up indeed. Next one here, ooh, yellow dashes on the outside. I think I'm going to fast send this one in Northern Ireland. So, or yeah, normal Ireland. So we have the yellow dashes, which is just really common in Ireland, sometimes New Zealand as well. And then we got wooden poles and everything looks Irish. And it was south. I definitely considered south. The mountainous stuff is mostly on the west coast, and there's a good amount of it in the deep southwest. So, but I didn't think it looked that warm. Sometimes it looks warm there. Next one here, Italy. I mean, I thought Spain or Portugal. Fancy, very fancy chimneys here. Maybe this is Portugal actually. Fancy chimneys is like a lot of the time like Lisbon and south, and particularly deep south Portugal. I kind of like the architecture could certainly be. I'm gonna try it here. You know, we're against a low-rated opponent. Oh, that was my very first thought. No cap. My very first thought was Balearics. And then I saw the houses look relatively Portuguese, maybe not all the way, but then with the fancy chimneys as well, I decided to come in. Next one here should be Turkey. We got this pole.
What the fuck?
How far east do we want to go? I feel like this is relatively far east. I'm gonna go outside of Order here, but can be as far west as like Karabuk, I think, or maybe as far east as Georgian border. So this is probably a good hedge. On Jules, you basically have to do a lot of hedging because at the end of the day, it's just about the distance. And wow, I was down there near Adana. Was not expecting that. 77 points of damage. Our opponent, Loki, making the better guess there, but we are still closer, fortunately. And double damage now. Okay, we're in the US. Not the type of run I exactly like to see, but at least it's only double damage, not anything more. Midwest somewhere, I guess. It's fairly hilly. Like, it could be Iowa, but there's not that much crop growing going on. 2021, is this Canada? I feel like the signs we have feel more American to me. But 2021 is a bit sus for like a dirt road in the middle of nowhere in the US. So maybe I should hedge it up a bit here. Hedge it on the border or something like that. Because that is quite, like, 2021, like, most of this dirt road stuff has been done much more recently, I feel. What's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen is it's Kansas. Or, Missouri. Nah, it wouldn't be Missouri. Kansas or Nebraska. So, yeah, I think I will guess on the border here. Don't love it. Really don't love it, but, yeah, the fact that it's old coverage makes me think it may be there. I mean, let's just hope our opponent has no idea and goes for a silly guess. Okay, it was Iowa. What I was thinking. And we are closer by a good margin here, but our opponent also went Canada, as did we, so it's kind of funny. Next one here, 2.5 times damage. We appear to be in France. Long outer dashes, arrows in the middle of the road. Feels very good for France. Landscape's not the greatest, but certainly can make sense, and we do have the long dashes in the center as well, actually. So definitely liking France here. Avignon area maybe made the most sense to me. Could be maybe closer to Toulouse as well. I couldn't discount course, but it's probably too flat for course, all in all. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think our opponent gets this. There's no real clues here, in my opinion. So, yeah, we'll see. But feeling like this might be the last round of the duel. And indeed it was near Avignon. And our opponent goes Greece, indeed. GG's to the opponent. That's just the kind of thing. You need to know the road lines, and it can be difficult to learn. You basically just have to play a lot of games to get a feeling for them. But Greece would not have dashed outer lines, basically ever. So, that's a good one. You would see it in Spain sometimes, but rarely in Greece or Italy. And will we face the same opponent again? I feel like that might be the case. Hingle. So, I mean, a lot of people...
Master Division. Ah.
this, Ross. I'm a master level GeoGuessr player, and in this video, I'm going to be giving you my top 20 tips to help you improve at the game, whether you are just starting out or whether you've been playing the game for a little while. I guarantee this video will be helpful for you, and we are going to start quite broad with tip number 1, which is making sure to learn your coverage. Now, you might be watching this thinking, Ross, I know my coverage, I know which countries I can and cannot guess, and if that is you, good. But even within that, there are then places within countries and continents that there still isn't coverage, even if the country is in the game. So, let me give you some examples. We of course know that Europe is very densely covered. Belarus is the main country that it is not worth guessing, even if it looks like it. Go for something like Ukraine, the Baltics, or go for Russia. We of course also know that a lot of Russia isn't covered, despite it being absolutely massive, and despite a lot of the south and the major cities being covered. Please don't guess too much in the north unless you know it is a specific road. And again, we are literally talking about a few roads that are covered here. It's why the pros are so good at guessing Russia, especially like Eastern Russia, because there are only a few roads and a few towns which are covered. So that is one country which, if you can learn the coverage, it's fantastic. Obviously, we know that China isn't. We know that a lot of Asia really isn't covered in comparison to somewhere like Europe. Myanmar, please don't guess it. Laos, only a very few locations within Laos are covered. And also even things in like Indonesia and Malaysia, you know, Kalimantan, which is in Indonesia, isn't very densely covered either in terms of that street view coverage. Africa would be the main one. Most of the countries in Africa just aren't on the street view. Therefore, it's relatively easy to learn. You've got a lot of southern Africa. You have a couple of countries out in the, or a few countries out in the east, and then a few countries out in the west. In South America, this is the biggest mistake that I see people even make at master level, which is guessing right in the middle of the Amazon. Now, people know that the Amazon is in Brazil, but it spreads into Colombia, it spreads into Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia. Just try not to unless it looks super Amazonian. And of course, like you can...
My God, man. Wow. This is an insane piece of technology, man. Yeah, South Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, Australia, here. India, Pakistan, Mali, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Mongolia. Moldova. Barely. Moldova is none, no? Kosovo, none. Wow. Why?
You can see there is some coverage, especially in Brazil, but probably don't send too many guesses in that area. And I just think that these are just very easy things to learn. Learn what countries are covered so that you know at least what you have in terms of your options, and within those countries, try not to guess in areas that aren't covered by Street View. So guys, for tip number 2, I would say this is the most important thing that you should be doing every single round before you look at anything else to make sure that you don't make massive mistakes, or at least reduce the number of mistakes you make, which is working out which hemisphere of the world you are in. I.e., are you in the northern hemisphere above the equator, or in the southern hemisphere below the equator? Some Australia rounds look like the US without driving directions. Some Argentina rounds can look like Canada. So working out which hemisphere you're in can be a massive advantage. And even pros will still use this technique as well. So what you need to do, I'll show you here on GeoGuessr, is jump in, and what you should be looking for is which direction is the sun in. Now this might be the sort of round where you could work out roughly where you are regardless, but if I just turn around here, the sun is very clearly to the south. So you've got the compass at the top, or the compass bottom left, up to you which one you use. I'm facing south here, or southeast, and I can see the sun. That means then that I'm in the northern hemisphere. If I was to turn around and look north and I could see the sun, I would be in the southern hemisphere. Now when doesn't this work? If it's overly cloudy and you're struggling to see where the sun is, I probably wouldn't over-rely on it. The other point I would say is when it's very west or very east, even if it's like slightly north, if it's too close, I probably wouldn't be risking it there. And then the final thing on sun is when the sun is just setting or just rising. You can sometimes tell if it's sunset or sunrise. Again, it's slightly less useful. But this is very clearly to the south. It's therefore very clearly the northern hemisphere. I would say based on these signs, we're probably in Denmark or Norway. I'm going to go for a Denmark towards Norway kind of guess. And it was indeed Denmark. So there we go. I mean, with ones like that where you've got language, it might be a bit easier, but definitely working out which hemisphere you're in should be the first thing you do each time. So guys, for tip number 3, after you've checked the hemisphere, and I'm doing this in a bit of a chronological manner, the next thing I'd be looking at probably is actually driving direction, i.e. are the cars driving on the left right. We'll discuss in a second. There are a few ways that you can work that out. But on your screen, you can see a map of the world split by whether these countries drive on the left or if they drive on the right. This is actually courtesy of the main man, Zigzaggy, made this presentation with Ord, or if they drive on the
Left in India and Pakistan? Left in Japan? Wow.
right. This is actually courtesy of the main man, Zigzaggy, made this presentation with all of these really useful maps, which I'll link down below, which he's shared in prior videos. And this one, for me, is probably the most important. As you can see, most of the world do not drive on the left, they actually drive on the right. So all of the countries listed here in red are on the right, all of the ones in blue are on the left. And in Europe, it's basically the UK, Ireland, Malta, and Cyprus. The UK and Ireland, very useful to know they are driving left if you want to try and separate them from something like France. And Cyprus and Malta are useful. They are both in GeoGuessr, by the way, and they do look a little bit like Greece, or Italy, potentially at points. But as soon as you see it driving left, you know that it cannot be Greece, it cannot be Italy. I would say that South America, Central America, North America, as far as you're concerned for GeoGuessr, all on the right-hand side. So if you see countries driving on the left, do not send South America, Central America, or North America. In terms of Africa, all of Southern Africa, including South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, they will all be driving Lesotho, Eswatini on the left. Most of East Africa drive on the left as well. The only one that would be an exception in GeoGuessr would be Rwanda, and then all of the west coast of Africa will drive on the right-hand side. So Ghana, Nigeria, all driving Senegal on the right. That's very useful if you have a round that could be Kenya, it could be Ghana, then you need... No driving direction will help you out a lot. And I would say that Asia is by far away for me the most useful for driving direction. So you can see Pakistan, India, Bangladesh all driving on the left-hand side. We also see Thailand driving on the left, and then everything below Thailand also drives on the left as well. So we are talking Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, all driving on the left, and of course let's chuck Japan and Hong Kong in there as well. But then everything to the right of Thailand drives on the right. So we can see Cambodia, Vietnam, Philippines, Taiwan. Very useful to know which countries in Asia drive on the left or drive on the right. So yeah, definitely worth learning. It will take a bit of time, but this will massively help you, especially in those 50-50s, Indonesia versus Philippines. So let's take a look at a couple of rounds quickly to show you how you can tell driving direction. So guys, I just wanted to show you an example of what this would look like in terms of working out which direction you're driving and why it's so important. So I'd firstly like you to look at your screen, this feels like a lecture, and tell me which country you think we're in. If I was just looking at this and not knowing where we are, I would probably guess that we are in the UK. It looks very much like the UK, the weather, the ground, the road lines, the grass, it all fits. But we can't be, because we're driving on the right-hand side. There's some very easy ways, mainly signs. So you can see here, there is a sign set up on the right here. Informational signs should be normally set up on the side of the road that you're driving. If it was on the left, it wouldn't really make sense. Therefore, on this occasion, it is on the right. Another example here. This one's clearly set up on the right. This one's clearly set up on the right as well. And also, often in the distance or very close, you can see a car and work out which direction you're driving in here. We actually have cyclists. But this would be a great example, because by all accounts, this could be the UK, because we are in northern France. Do not send in a country where you're on a different driving direction. That should just be a basic mistake that if you have the information available, you don't really make. So guys, when you start around, you should check the hemisphere, you should check the driving direction, and the other thing you should probably check along with driving direction is actually the road lines. If you nail those three things, you will improve your ability to play GeoGuessr tenfold. With road lines, let's go through each of the continents and areas of the world and briefly show you what that could look like. In Europe, 90% of the time, if not more, you're going to see all white road lines. Sometimes you will see no road lines, but you will very rarely see yellow. This is a good example. This is Czechia that we're in right now. There are different variations. Sometimes they might have dashes on the outside. Sometimes it'll be one single white centre line. Sometimes it'll be double. For example, in Greece, that's quite common. But more often than not, it's all white. There are some countries where you can see yellow. For example, in the UK, to show no parking, you can see yellow. You can see it sometimes in Ireland. And in terms of a single yellow centre line, it's very rare, but you can sometimes see that in the Scandinavian countries, in Norway and Finland. But again, more often than not, if you see white, you're thinking Europe along with some other places in the world. And if you see yellow, unless it looks very much like Norway or Finland, you're probably not expecting to see it. So yeah, all white, start to think about Europe. So guys, whilst I said you often see and mostly do see all white road lines in Europe, in South America and the Central Americas, you are going to see the opposite. You're going to see a lot of yellow lines. Now, it's very rarely all yellow. In fact, it's really only Chile that will show you all yellow road lines. But pretty much every country in South America, Central Americas, and also North America will have yellow centre lines. There are some exceptions which we'll briefly discuss, but if you see yellow centre lines, it can be seen again in Norway, Finland, parts of Asia, but you immediately start to be thinking about the Americas, right? This is actually Brazil on this occasion, and again, sometimes it can be a single line, sometimes it can be double line, sometimes it can be dashed, sometimes it can be solid, but as soon as you see yellow centre line, you start to think about the Americas. And just to show you what that could look like in the US, here is an example of a US road. This is Oregon. It's a double yellow line. Now again, you can see different variations of a yellow centre line in the US, but often it's a double yellow centre line. So yeah, anything like this, make sure that you are starting to again think about the Americas. Now guys, I don't want you to get caught out by Chile after watching this, so do note that Chile is a bit strange in South America. You do often, usually see all white road lines, which can help you to separate it, but rounds like this can genuinely look like Europe. This is where it's important to look at things like signs, to look at things like the hemisphere that you're in, because Chile can catch you out. There have been many occasions when I've sent Chile and it's been Europe or vice versa, so just make sure that you know that Chile exists and you can get all white road lines. And I guess whilst we're here, let's look at those all yellow road lines which you see in Chile. You mainly see these in national parks, quite often further south as well. So if you see all yellow road lines, definitely think Chile and definitely think to send in a national park. The final other type of road line that's worth covering, this isn't a road line video, so I want to keep it as short as possible, is the road lines that you see in southern Africa, especially South Africa, and also parts of the Middle East as well, which is the outer yellow road lines with a white centre line. If you see this with this kind of environment, you send South Africa, and if it looks like it could be the Middle East, then the road lines would fit. And just make sure that, again, you're not sending in a country where it's just not possible to see those road lines. So guys, tip number 5, and it's definitely not something that I am perfect at, but is to think about the climate of the round and where you are guessing as well. The amount of people with a round like this that I'll see send really close to the equator, it's just not going to happen, right? It's not tropical, it's not particularly lush. It is very clearly here somewhere which is quite cold and quite far from the equator. There's not much going on here. This is an example actually of southern Argentina. I've got an example here of Kalimantan, which is right on the equator, and rightly so, they're like super tropical looking, right? You've got palm trees, it's very green, it's very lush. Now, of course, you can get some areas of the world where it is maybe misleading as to where it is in the world in comparison to where you are clicking on the map, but it's just having a bit of thought about it. And also, climates within the countries as well. If you think it's Chile because you see the road lines and you see a car and you feel like you are super confident it's Chile, but it's really green and lush, don't send Antofagasta, right? Which is going to look something like this. Like, think about where you are clicking on the map in relation to climate, whether it is arid, whether it is green, whether it's lush. And you can tell a lot by just looking at the map, not only in relation to where the equator is, but also on top of that, of course, whether it is particularly green looking or whether it is particularly, I don't know, white or yellow looking. So please make sure that you are clicking parts of a country or the world which makes sense for the climate. So guys, tip number 6, and also related to climate, is the terrain, which once again you can see when you zoom in on the map if it is a particularly mountainous area. I'll choose the example here of the Alps. You can see on the map it looks textured, it looks raised. That suggests that you are in an area which isn't flat. And there are just certain areas of each country, but also the world, which are flat and also historically not. The amount of people, again, I see clicking a really flat country when it is extremely hilly. And good examples in Europe, Denmark. I could click anywhere in Denmark and it is going to be dead flat. Like, there will be nothing going on at any point in Denmark. I'm just clicking on random spots, and everywhere you look, it will always be really flat. It's traditionally one of the flattest countries. Now, even in the UK, there are specifically flat spots. Over here in the UK is very flat. So trying to learn within countries is useful, but like the Baltics, you won't see tons of really high mountains in the Baltics. So look, any part you can click on, there will be quite flat. Alternatively, you then have really mountainous areas like Nepal. Like, if I could click anywhere in Nepal and you are not going to see a flat area, maybe other than this little plateau here, but most of this will be extremely mountainous. So once again, it's just thinking within countries, looking at the map and trying to click in a place that makes sense. Turkey's another good example. Most of the mountainous areas come up towards the north, but you do have some towards the south, some actually towards Batman as well, which is one of my favourite areas to guess in Turkey. But it's just worth, even if you don't learn them, glancing at the map and again trying to guess in places which make sense, but specifically knowing within each continent where the flatter areas are can be extremely useful. So guys, tip number 7 is starting to get into some more specific stuff here, and it is the red soil. There are just certain countries which have extremely red soil, and there are other countries where you will just never see it. The main country, if you see red soil and you have nothing else to go off and that's all you can see, I would absolutely send Brazil. A lot of the time it will be Brazil. Brazil just has a lot of red soil. You can see a good example here of about as red as the soil will get. Sometimes it's less obvious. And if you are wondering where in Brazil the soil is most red, at least in my experience, it's in and around Sao Paulo. Like most of the places you will get in Sao Paulo, even if again it's not overly obvious, you will see quite red soil. So Brazil is an example. And also in Australia, especially in Western Australia, as you can see over towards Perth, in the west you can see a lot of red soil. Not only in the west though, you can see it in the east and in the south and in the north, but Australia is another place with red soil. As you can see here, you can also see it quite often in Nigeria, along with some other really useful things and able to identify Nigeria, but the red soil here, if you're wondering where in Nigeria, it's between Benin City and Enugu, but that's where you see a lot of red soil. And then you can even see it in places like Thailand as well, where it's probably slightly less obvious, but once again, you can see the red soil. Even with the centre lines, you could mistake that for Brazil. So definitely worth learning. Red soil meta is quite useful. There are only so many countries which you can select, and having those in the back of your mind can really help to narrow down the choices. So if you are very new to GeoGuessr, firstly, welcome. Or if you just played for fun in the past, welcome to the rabbit hole of being very nerdy. Each of the countries often has a distinctive car that was used to get the Street View footage. Some of them do overlap, sometimes you won't be able to see it, but often it's so distinctive, it will tell you the country straight away. And there are some very obvious ones that are worth learning. Over time, you can learn more if that's the way you want to play the game. Some people choose not to learn cars. But the best example to start with, if you watch Jack Subject Geography, you'll know the Ghana black tape, which is here. It's very, very famous. All of the Ghana footage, I believe, has the black tape, or at least the large majority of it. And honestly, if you didn't have signs, this could be really difficult to get, especially if it's a cloudy day, don't have the hemisphere. It's got the red soil, could it be Nigeria, could it be Brazil? But you look down, and you've got the tape here on the bars, which you will only see in Ghana. So that is one very useful example. Another Google card which is really commonly known is actually the Mongolian one. So they have a couple in Mongolia, but this is the most common one, which is where you can see this tent on top of it. I think it's been nicknamed the Mongolian sack. It's also got the roof rack, but this tent is distinctive, and you know straight away. I mean, the general scenery is very distinctive in Mongolia as well. But if you're in doubt, you turn around, you can see it straight away. You don't even have to think. Someone who doesn't know the car is having to start thinking about which country you're in. So it's just extremely useful to get those nice quick guesses. And then one more, just for good luck. I have no idea how to guess this country other than the Guatemala car bars. It is the Guatemalan car. You see a very similar car in Kyrgyzstan. Do not mix them up. But it is just worth learning these cards, and especially for some of the countries that otherwise would be very difficult to guess. You don't have to worry about that when you look down at the Google car, assuming you are not playing at this point in NMPZ. If you do want to check out more of the Google cars and try and learn them for each country, my best recommendation, which is what I do to learn a lot of what I know, is probably Plonket. I will link down below Plonket, and you can check out each country specifically and look at the Google cars they have available. So guys, tips number 9, 10, and 11 are going to be about Europe. Working out whether you are indeed in Europe, whether you're in the EU or not, which can be useful. And also on top of that, how to differentiate between some European countries. So in particular, the car is very useful, especially in Generation 4 coverage in most countries, which is the kind of latest generation coverage. We're not going to go into that today. It's worth YouTubing and Googling if you don't know. But you will see this car, you can see this sort of tab at the back, which is kind of bright blue. The only other place you see that other than in Europe is actually South Africa. So do know and identify that you can see it there. But that immediately gives you a bit of an idea. That's kind of what we would call the European car. Once you know that you're in Europe, and I wouldn't rely on that because you can see other variations of the Google car, or you might see none. One good way to work out whether you're in the EU or not is actually plates. And I can do an entire hour video on number plates alone. But you see this blue strip on the left-hand side of the plate? If you see that, you are in a country that belongs to the EU, unless the car is driven across, but you are normally in a country that belongs to the EU. Now, there are different plates. For example, in France and Italy, as an example, they have double blue, so they have blue either side. In Portugal, you might see yellow on the right-hand side and blue on the left. So it's worth learning your plates, but a good way to differentiate if you're in Europe or not is firstly the car, and then EU or not is actually the number plates. So guys, we're sticking with Hungary for tip number 10, and this is about the European bollards. Now, there are bollards all over the world, but in Europe, we absolutely love the bollards, and they are really useful at differentiating countries which otherwise look the same. So if this were your round, without knowing what's going to be very difficult, right? The vegetation looks probably quite Central Europe, but you just don't know often without these little things to help you. We are obviously driving on the right. You can see the signs set up on the right, as we spoke about. You've got the European car, which is lovely. Now, if I was to turn around, you can see there is a bollard there, and that is very identifiably the Hungarian bollard. Now, you're thinking, how on earth do I go about learning all of the bollards? This is my time for a cheeky plug, because I've already released a video previously going through all of the different bollards you'll see in Europe and showing you how you can utilize that in gameplay. It's one of my more useful videos. I will link it at the end, so make sure to check that out. But for me, one of the first things you learn if you want to get nerdy is these little bollards on the side of the road, which ones belong to which countries, and I guarantee that will help you a lot in Europe. Whilst this example isn't actually within Europe, this is within Eastern Russia, I did just want to give a shout out to the bollard span metal, which is so useful for identifying Russia when it can otherwise be quite difficult. In Russia, they spam bollards at intersections and other places throughout the country as well. But if you ever look like, wow, there are just so many bollards, because the Russian bollards, they have various different types, but if you see this many, because honestly that does look a bit like the one I just showed you in Hungary, but you see this many in what looks like it could be a place in Russia, it has saved me so many times just sending Russia. I think for me, you do often see it more in Eastern Russia, but don't rely on that meta. Bollard spam, send Russia. So guys, we are back to the very useful maps presentation because I want to briefly discuss chevrons. Now, it's not the most riveting subject, but chevrons are extremely useful in a similar way to bollards. Outside of Europe, the most common chevron you'll see is a yellow sign with a black chevron or a black triangle on it. You see that throughout the Americas. You also see that quite often in Asia as well. If you see that though, you're certainly not sending Europe. Within Europe, it basically sweeps from like black to blue to white to red. So if you can try and remember that from west to east, it will give you a bit of an idea roughly, but there are some really useful ones. The most useful maybe is the Swedish chevrons, which is literally the flag of Sweden. So that's extremely useful and also specific to Sweden. Another one which I find interesting is the UK chevron, which is a black sign with a white chevron or white triangle, is the same as the one you can see sometimes in Spain, you can see it in Italy, you can see it in Greece, which again is quite strange because they are very different parts of the world. But if you see that, it's quite specific. And again, as you move through Central Europe, you see quite a lot of the white sign with the red chevron. And then as you get to sort of Ukraine and Russia, if you see that red sign, you immediately think there. So this is worth memorizing as well. I guarantee you this will win you duels too. And it's really fun just seeing a chevron and knowing exactly roughly where that will put you in Europe. But like I said, outside of Europe, you normally see yellow with black. The one that I'll give you as a tip, because this was mainly for Europe, is actually in Portugal. You see that black sign with the yellow chevron, and that is the one that you see distinctly in South America in Brazil because of the Portuguese and Brazilian contingency. So guys, tip number 12 is about learning those very useful poles. Now there are so many poles across the world and they can have subtle variations that will tell you the exact region. I'm not saying you need to learn all those, but there are some poles which are just so distinctly a certain country or a certain set of countries that it's worth learning, and none other than the holy pole, which is this concrete looking pole here. You can see holes going all the way from the bottom to the top. You will see this in two countries, which is Hungary and Romania. So this is an example of the Hungarian one. By the way, you can see a chevron, you can see a bollard as well. That's why they're useful. And this pole here, if you see this, which has the holes in, it's concrete, and it looks like it's Europe, you send Hungary or you send Romania. Now, very briefly, if you want to know the difference between Hungary and Romania, it's not always accurate, especially if it's close to the border, but the Romanian ones tend to be a little bit wider and a little bit thicker than the Hungarian ones, but more often than not, if you're unsure, just send between the two countries because, of course, they do border each other. One other country in Europe that does have a holy pole is actually Poland. The way to tell the difference is, again, it's often quite thin, but the holes don't usually go all the way to the floor. So you can see here in Hungary and Romania they did, whereas it stops normally just above that in Poland. But again, if you see the holy pole and you send somewhere around those three countries, especially when you're starting out, you will more often than not win that round. So guys, we are back to the very useful map because this one is very useful. This is stop sign, which along with chevrons, bollards and poles can be extremely useful, and they're also distinct to certain areas as well. So, fun fact for you, everywhere in Europe, also including Russia, use a stop sign that says stop, despite all of the different languages, other than Turkey, which will have a sign that says de. Russia use a stop sign that says stop, despite all of the different languages, other than Turkey, which will have a sign that says de, or D-U-R. So if you see stop, you can be in any country in Europe other than Turkey. In terms of in Africa, they all say stop as well. Again, a lot of English-speaking countries there. In the Middle East, they'll have different variations, it's worth learning them. And in Asia as well, they'll often have different ones. Barahente is in Malaysia, which is also a useful one to know. In terms of the most useful part of the world, it's the Americas. Of course, Canada and the US will say stop, other than in Quebec, where they will say arrête due to the French influence. Then Central Americas versus South America, this is the most useful. A lot of Mexico rounds look like Colombia. A lot of Brazil rounds can look like Panama or Costa Rica. But the best way to know is whether it says Alto or Pare. Alto is the Central America. So Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, they will all say Alto, A-L-T-O. Whereas in the entirety of South America, they will say Pare, P-A-R-E. If you see a stop sign and you know what it says and where that reference is, it can be extremely useful. We can take a look at an example now. So guys, for those starting out, this is a round that could conceivably be anywhere in the Americas. It looks quite green. You can clearly see quite a lot of Spanish everywhere, which rules out Brazil, who of course do speak Portuguese. But if you were to turn around, you see a stop sign, which actually does say Pare there. Now,
Colombia, Medellin.
It says on the floor as well, like it does in the UK when it says stop or slow. But that is extremely useful.
Medellin.
Immediately here, you would notice it's South America, not somewhere like Costa Rica, Panama, or Mexico. And in this case, due to something we'll look at in a second, this is actually Colombia. So guys, I said I'm not going to speak about the camera generations much in this video, but for this tip, we are talking about what we call crack camera. I think is known as official RE officially, which is this really low quality camera that you see in some countries. Now, it is worth going on Bonkit, looking at the generation coverage that you see, and looking if it is possible to be in some countries. I'm not going to list every single one here right now, but India is a very common country where you see crack cam. So if you see this and the best way to tell though is zooming in. You might not be able to tell zoomed out, but as soon as I zoom in there, you can clearly see that this is the worst possible quality. So India is a good example. Nepal is exclusively crack cam. You can also see it in Nigeria. You can see it in Ecuador. There are parts of Europe where it crops up as well. So make sure to learn the list. But if in doubt, and it looks something similar to this, Cambodia is another good example, I would normally send it. So guys, once we're discussing the camera, let's discuss low cam for this tip, which is actually where the camera is set notably lower to the ground. And that is seen throughout Japan due to privacy reasons. So it's called low cam, and it is just basically where the camera is set lower down on the boom cart, and it feels notably lower once you play for a while. So normally you'd be boosted up a little bit higher, but it feels lower to the ground, and it's really useful for getting Japan, because some parts of Japan, especially the more forested areas, can look like parts of Central Europe. It can even look like Canada at points, if you're not familiar with the vegetation. And I see a lot of people failing to get Japan, when really because of the low cam, you shouldn't miss it too much once you get used to it. Another country which also has low cam is Switzerland, so please do not confuse the two. But yeah, definitely worth learning about low cam. Again, go on to Ponkit, look at Japan, play some Japan rounds, and once you get hang of it, you'll get Japan super easy. So guys, I said I won't discuss plates too often, but I do want to discuss yellow plates, which you do see notably in a few countries. The Netherlands would be a really good example where you often see yellow plates. If you see yellow plates in Europe, you are looking at the Netherlands. You are possibly looking at Luxembourg, where you often see yellow plates as well. And of course, in the UK, you can see yellow plates on the rears of cars, but you will not see yellow plates on the front. So it's worth knowing the countries again in Europe that you can get yellow plates. I did speak about Colombia earlier. We can go back to the same example here, where you will just see so many yellow plates in Colombia. If you see yellow plates in Colombia, you absolutely send it. It's such an easy win for you. But there are other countries around the world. For example, a lot in the Middle East, in Oman, in Israel, you'll see yellow plates. So again, don't get confused in terms of what part of the world, but at least once you know what part of the world you're into, some of the other stuff we've discussed, such as road lines, hemisphere, yellow plates can be useful. You'll also sometimes see them in Sri Lanka and in India as well. So yeah, definitely worth learning the countries with yellow plates, because it can really narrow down your guesses. So guys, tip number 17 is actually being able to differentiate between South Africa and Australia. And my honest answer is you will just get better over time. But there are a few really useful things. The first thing to note is, of course, the road lines. In Australia, they are almost always all white, whereas in South Africa, usually you'll see the outer yellow road lines and a white centre line. Sometimes on the road, you won't see either. If you are on a main road, you really shouldn't get the two confused. But for me, it's actually vegetation, which I've not discussed too much. But these here are eucalyptus trees, and you will almost always in Australia be able to see the eucalyptus tree. Vegetation in South Africa is notably different. Now, this is a very obvious example where you wouldn't confuse them, but there are just tons of eucalyptus trees all over the place in Australia. It's worth Googling what they are, getting to know them, because it'll be a lot easier to identify which of the two countries you're in. Another rule of thumb, although not always accurate, is actually the red soil. So you can get red soil throughout South Africa, but it's definitely more common in Australia, and especially in the west, as we spoke about. This same round where the soil gets extremely red. Now, the vegetation should help you a lot of the time, and the road lines here would be perfect. You can see the all white road lines, so you're not going to be in South Africa. But if you don't have those two things, and you've got nothing else to go off, obviously they're in the same hemisphere, I would say normally if the soil is this red, I would lean towards Australia as a general rule of thumb. And I thought I would just show you what a normal South African round looks like. To me, it's a lot more barren. There are no eucalyptus trees around. You, of course, do have the outer yellow road line with the white centre line. And these things here are so helpful, because they are all over the place in South Africa. These are almost like chevron signs, let's call them, where they are a red sign with the white chevron on, but they're quite thin. They are peppered all over South Africa. You won't see them in Australia. And it can be really useful on roads where there aren't road lines and you have no bite on the vegetation to let you go South Africa. For me, though, just play as many rounds as you can and you'll start to differentiate between the two. So guys, for tip number 18, we're going to stick with differentiating between countries that you can get confused. And the US and Canada are very difficult to tell apart, even for experienced players. But the most easy way to do so, because this could be the US or Canada if you had no idea how to differentiate them, but the speed limit signs are the most useful thing. In the US, they say speed limit and then the number. They also have miles per hour in the US versus kilometers per hour in just say maximum in Canada because again, a lot of Canadians speak French, especially in Quebec, and maximum in French is maximum in English. So to appease everyone, if they say maximum, everyone understands what that means. And of course, like I say, this is kilometers per hour. So on a more private road like this, it wouldn't be 40 miles per hour. So even the number can give you a bit of an idea as well. But yeah, other than that, there are some other ways to differentiate between the two, but largely speed limit and maximum are my two favourite points. So guys, tip number 19 is mainly for moving players. I only play no move, but very much if you're playing moving, you need to learn the domains. And what I mean by that is the end of websites. So in the UK, it's .co.uk. In Brazil, it's .br. In Russia, it's .ru. Now, most of these make sense. It's often the first two letters of the country. But why I say it's important to learn them is sometimes it's not. And also, it is in the country's native language. So for Germany, it's not .ge, it's .de for Deutschland. In this country, it is their own. So I'll let you try and work out which one this is. Most people, when they see .hr, always send Hungary. The amount of times I've seen that. But it's actually, and I'm not going to butcher the pronunciation, it's actually Croatia, which in their own language, .hr, again, not going to try and butcher that, but that's very useful to know. That can give you a one-up. Again, that's not just in Europe, it's across the entire world. Learning the domains, it won't take that long. Most of them are intuitive, but they're definitely worth learning. And so guys, tip number 20, and genuinely the most important, is just play GeoGuessr. You can get really caught up when you first start, trying to learn different methods, watching videos such as this one, when what you're better off doing most of the time is just playing the game. You can't expect to know everything if you are just watching videos. You can't expect to know everything by reading one bit. Once you start playing, you get a vibe for a round, and that's the most important thing. You would have seen me maybe play in the past the 0.1 second challenge, where I see around the 0.1 second and often get it. The pros can get within like 2 kilometers on a regular basis, is because you get a vibe for rounds, and that often does beat the method. You can see here, I've played 460 classic games, I've played 528 ranked duels, I've played definitely more than 0.
Let's do the daily challenge. South America. Peru, Colombia. Colombia has it. Caldas, Once Caldas. Claro. Yeah, this is Colombia. Puerto. It looks like Puerto. Puerto Colombia. Could it be? Baranoa. Sopa de Corriente. Francisco Camacho, alcalde. Carlos. Yeah, this is Colombia, but I don't know where. I have a feeling it's like Puerto, man. It's gotta be Puerto. We're in Brazil. We're in Brazil. Netherlands. Thank you. I'm just playing GeoGuessr. Yeah, you know GeoGuessr? GeoGuessr, you have to guess. Yeah. Like where are you? Where are you right now? Okay, what part of the US? Canada. Oh, Alberta. That's fun. Oh, but see, so you just do that. Alberta, Canada, and I'm just I'm playing. It's pretty fun. Just bored. Yeah. Why? Well. I've gotten like 10 pounds over since I got back from Colombia. I'm like 200 now. But I am going down. I went to like 205, now I'm at 200 in. I would say so, maybe, yeah. Like it's just like I eat even when I'm not hungry. You know what I mean? Like it's a bad habit. It really is. Do you do that? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm. And fix that feeling rather than eating. I mean, nah, I didn't. I tried meditation and tried sitting there for like 5 minutes. I couldn't. Like my mind was just watching. But I do smoke. I do sit on the balcony and I smoke. I do think. And I don't know. It's very tough. It's very tough to control those. For me, at least, to control those impulses and like the eating. Although recently I have controlled it. I've lost like 2 or 3 pounds the past week. I've been eating normal. I don't know. And healthier. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But I don't know why. Lows? What do you mean lows? No, I think. No, I think I said I lost weight. I don't remember saying low. I really don't. No. No. That I lost weight. I lost weight and I was on the and no. That I don't meditate. I don't meditate, but I do sit on the balcony and I think while I smoke. And I've lost some weight. The past week, maybe I don't know why. Yeah, I can control the hunger a little bit. I think it's just putting my focus on something else. Like I put my focus in GeoGuessr. No, GeoGuessr. The game I'm playing. Hmm. 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 That's true. Yeah, that is true. 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 I also do it for the food. It makes food taste a lot better. Mm. If you have what? Yeah, that's true. Mm. Effect. Mm. Mm. What? Mm. Mm. Damn. Damn. Caz de Rozdunti. Yeah, I'm trying to see what city this is. It's European, obviously. Mestska Policie. It's like Croatian, Hungarian, Slovakian. I'm gonna go with Slovakian. I don't know. Czech Republic. Let's go. Man. Damn, that's so good, man. playing soccer too. I gotta get new bike tires. I haven't gone biking because the bike tires are worn out. So I'll buy it later tonight. I also have to learn how to like. Wait, I'm playing. Wait. This is Taiwan. Right. No, this is Japan. Japan. Are the mountains in the back? I'm gonna go Osaka. Wait. Well, I don't know how to put a bike tire with the sealant too, right? Like the tube sealant. I gotta learn. Europe. This is like Eastern. This is like Hungary. Let me say Hungary. Germany. Dortmund. Australia. Yeah, Australia. What side? Well, I'm gonna guess Sydney. By Sydney. Oh. Oh. Aha. Aha. KFC. This looks like Europe. Pila Marshov. Prodej rib. This is like pension itis. This is like Zavudu Prodej. I'm gonna go with it's mountainous. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't know. Fuck! Let's check you. It's doing good. It's chilling. It's chilling. How was that trip to the Wales? Oh yeah, it's after. I forgot. Are you ready for New York? Are you ready for New York? That is true. I mean, wait. What do you want to do? What's the vessel? Okay. Chilling. Chilling. Oh, I've seen that. Not in real life, but I know what it is. No. Where is it? Mm. What's that? Tomorrow, right? What's Soho? Okay, nice. I know where that is. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be there a long time, so yeah, exactly. I would like to go to Central Park. I would like to go to some restaurants, try them out, and I don't know what else. Pizza, of course. Also, yeah. Alright, we can do that. Not really. Not that I can think of right now. Are you in the helicopter? Are you scared? The fuck is this, man? Latin America? I think it's supposed to be hot. It's gonna be like in the 90s. Yeah, 36 maybe? 36 Celsius. ¿Eso qué es? What is it? Mexico, desayunos. What are we gonna cook? Mountains in the west. Yeah, we should cook. No, yeah, I prefer to budget and cook ourselves. Yeah. I do not know either. Protestant, Lutheran. Where are the Lutherans at? This looks like North Carolina. I have no idea. The South. This is the South. Oh man, New York. That is true. We could. Oh fuck. Brazil or South Africa? Brazil, caralho. What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you if you didn't hear. Hastings, this is America. 100 meters. This is Canada. Yeah. Now where? Hastings? I don't know where Hastings is. Toronto, Montreal. What does this look like? Oh wait, Calgary, man. Hadito, this is so fun, man. Do you like geography? You don't like geography? Banco Santa Fe. Banco Santa Fe, that's Colombia, right, Hadito? Los caracoles. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. The plates aren't yellow. Never mind. Se vende 154. Was en la banquina negra. I'm gonna say like Ecuador. Julieta de Filippo, Iván Colo. No sé, ojalá. Santa Fe. What? Oh my god. What the fuck, man? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's insane. It's just like that. You just know it like that. I hope you're not cheating, bro. You're not cheating. Sekolah Visi Sandakan. Vision School Sandakan. I mean, it's like Asian. Laluan Masuk. Is this like Malaysia? Malaysia. Yeah. What's the capital? Oh wow. Skipper Bar, McDonald's. Scan first. Junglos, Rio Parts, Selfast, Bradlows. Oh my god. Absa, turn left. Market. It's like not Europe. It is Europe. Polokwane, Gauteng, Skipper Bar. It's not fair. It's not fair. Thank you. Skipper Bar. I wonder how. Mahadev. This is like India. What is this? What flag is that? Bangladesh. Unidos. They're on the left, right? No. North India. I won't cheat. I'm not gonna use you. I'm not gonna use you. How the fuck do you know it's north? Dhaka, Bangladesh. Oh my god, man. Oh, South Africa, right? No, Brazil, do Brasil. Conduça com precaución. This is Argentina. This is Paraguay. But deserty? But how the fuck, man? It was close to Brazil. Okay. Yeah, should have been. Ludwig Gespert. This is like Austria or Germany. Hilary Hahn. Walks the bicycle. Okay. Tony and Guy. What is this? I'm gonna say it's like Vienna or some shit. Germany. Alright, I'll take your word, but I'm not gonna cheat. I'm not gonna cheat. Munchen, Bayern. How do you say Munich? How do you do? But why is it spelled Munchen? München, yeah. München. How do you say Bayern München? How do you say Bayern Munich? This is Bayern München. Yeah. Germany. Yo, yeah. I'm not cheating, man. I'm not cheating. Bayern München. Cielo. Hey, I've seen these. This is Peru, right? This is Peru. Wait. Look, Peru has these 3 things. I think it's Peru. I hope it's Peru. I'm gonna put it. I haven't, but like playing this. Playing this, you learn tips and tricks, you know. The one that I know a lot. I know not a lot, but I know well. It's like the languages. Like I could get to like within 5 countries of the language. I would say. Sometimes I mess up the language, but and the script too. But yeah. Man, no one wants to do no move. Noah, Oshowa, Noah. This could be. This is like. Oh my, what the fuck is this? Okay. ZL. This is like Hungarian. Noah, Hungarian. Beamer. Oh, it's Polish. Oh, the sign. Oh. Policia. No. Policia. Not Polish then. Is it Polish? It was Polish. Fuck, but I can't see it there. Whatever. It's spelled Policija. I already put enter, so I can't show you. Oh yeah, I know it's not Italy, in that case. But I didn't know that they called police policia too, right? It's because it's not a Latin language. I guess every language calls it police for some reason. Strabag. This is Europe. Strabag. Autoservice Sedenkova. Hypermarket Munko. Centro Mostrava. It's like Romania. Centrum. I'm gonna go Romania. Strabag. It's in the Balkans though. I would say. In like lower southeast Europe. Man, I suck. That's Czech. Oh my god, man. Okay, that's Czech. What is it? Damn. What is this? Oh, Greece? No, what the fuck? Not Greece. Acrylic. EU plate. Ukraine. Yo, this is scary, yo. I'm not gonna lie, this place looks pretty sus, man. I'm gonna go with like, there's Bulgaria. There. Alright, Russia. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Martin Garau. I already went against this guy. Do not enter. This is America. What plate is that? Oh my god, what plate is that? Oh my god, is that Hawaii? What is this? North 494. 494. 94. 94. Where's 94? How the fuck did it go again? 90, 90, 95, 90, 94. Is it over here? No, it's like north by Cascadia, no? Where is 94? Wood Lane Drive. Montana? What? It's not, I don't think that's Seattle. Portland. Man. What plate is that? It's a plate that is light blue on the top and white on the bottom. How do you tell? I don't know. It was Minnesota. It was Minnesota. Puta. 94. Alright. Kirazlik, Samsun, Ara Kabul. This is Turkish. Turkey. I'll just go. I mean, I don't really know the hills. Which is the mountainous part? Which is the not? I'm just gonna go Istanbul. It's whatever, man. Istanbul. Joder. Samsun. Samsun is a city. Samsun. Poznan Centrum. Oh, this is Czech. Alright. Poznan. Oh my god. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. Damn. Oh my god. Auto or attention deficit disorder, something like that. Why? Mm. Alright, gran Jarito. Nice talking to you too. Peace. We're gonna. Alright. Okay. Alright. That's a good one, yeah. I mean, it's open to the public. That would be. Brian probably could help, no? Man, what is it? Alright, say Jarito, peace. I don't think it's America. Europe. Europe. Movistar. Bulgaria. Fuck. GG Martin. GG Martin. Yo, send that shit, man. Send that shit. Oh no. What? I the lines were all white. .440 Centerville. Oh, what? Whoa, whoa. I did not see that. Excuse me. Yeah, I just lost a bunch of aura, man. That was horrible. Alright. Você não quer acreditar. Ora, você não quer acreditar. Cavaleiro marginal, era. Cavaleiro marginal, Sophia. Wisdom, Sophia. Beautiful. Você não quer acreditar. Você não quer acreditar. Cavaleiro imaginário. acreditar. It's beautiful. Ei, ei, ei. Se você não me queria, não devia me procurar. Não devia me iludir, nem deixa me apaixonar. Se você não me queria, não devia me procurar. Não devia. Três. Evitar a dor é impossível. Evitar esse amor é muito mais. Você arruinou a minha vida. Me deixa em paz. Não devia me procurar. Devia me apaixonar. Não devia. Yo. Yeah. Sorry, my pie. How's it going, Professor Coach? I know it's Europe. Joder. Nice. What's today? Thursday. Long day. A lot of work. Insane. UK only. I'm gonna say it's like Birmingham. Oxford. Meu povo, meu povo. Dia, só dia de calor. La Paz. Oh, so that's La Paz. Wow, okay, that's beautiful. They did look big. They look like a big city. Colombia. Oh, Vietnam. ¡Ay, hijo de puta! Oh. Yeah. I'm going all the way to number 1, hopefully, inshallah. It's gonna be a long, long night, though. Puta. Oh, Japan. Oh, Korea. Seongnam. Seongnam. I don't know how they speak. Duffy, Kirk, Circuit. They're driving on the left side. England. This other bistro. Loane. I'm gonna say this is like. Yeah. Irish Gaelic, white back plate with EU stripe. Feels like America. Hey, I assume it's America. Futura Lane. Now, where in America am I? This looks like. Trashman's. Oh man. Fall. Alright. He is risen. Damn, I suck at this. I wonder if he got it. Houses, I would say, is like, shit, I don't know. Rally, he got it. Yeah, it was Rally. I was in between India and Bangladesh. I saw Myanmar, and I was like, okay, but they don't have the Street View in Myanmar, so I'm gonna guess it's like, excuse me, Bangladesh. EU. Oh, I didn't know that. Krakow. Yo, yeah. Which countries that use acrylic is part of the EU? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I realized after that it wasn't. Bulgaria's the only one, right? So if I see EU plates and acrylic, it has to be. That's what I'm asking. It has to be Bulgaria. What? Huh. Mm. Okay. But they're not part of the EU. Oh my god, man. Dasha Renru Guan Yun Shen. fuck, man? Pompeia. America. $400 Bench Street. The Shepherd. Oh, I'm not good with place, but I guess it's a good place. Matlock. It's not Florida. Not it's Hawaii. Are those mountains? Okay, there's like a church, like a southern church. New Bethel. New Bethel. Let's see if I can spot something better. Got Hills. Yellow. West 562. Ahead. Also, there's just probably some signs over here. I-75. 562. I-75. 562. I think it's more up. Maybe. Oh no, I'm gonna go. Where's 575? Fuck, man. Oh my god. Damn, I suck. I gotta lock in. Bederhof. Germany. Zurich. Utfart, Bilvat. Sweden. Utfart. Kroner, Danish kroner. Sweden, Norwegian kroner. What is kroner? I think Denmark does. Only Denmark. I don't know. Sweden is in. Krona. Okay. When did they adopt the euro? Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Serbia, Bosnia, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro. Okay. I don't like moving a lot. That's why I don't move a lot. North, I'm in the south. Driving on the left. Yellow lines are South Africa. Yeah. Yeah. Nada será como antes amanhã. Whoa, shorty pick. Fuck, man. Six, seven. Italia. Puta. I had a feeling it was Spain and Italy. I lost Spain. De você. Depois da manhã. Yay, bar. No move. encontrar. Por lo menos. Canada. Toronto, McDermott. McDermott? What the fuck is McDermott? Hey yo, man, all chill, man. I appreciate it. Don't feel the need. Thank you for being very, very friendly. But thank you, man. Have a good night. I'll just chill here and I'll see you the next time, man. Okay. Winnipeg. Alright. I'll practice. E puta. How the fuck? Tudo que você queria ser. Sem segredo. Você tem medo. I don't know. Sol e chuva na sua estrada. Damn. Domination, damn. Tudo que você quer ser. What? Can I move? This is beautiful. This is, oh my god, what is this? Colombia? No, this is like Ireland probably. $99. How did I get? Because of the time. This is the sun. This is Europe and northern. Which countries had the yellow lines? Citroën? Not French. I don't know. Oh yeah, the time does matter. Where's the domain though? Okay, how do I get out? Well, that's exciting. Turbo. Busan. Dejaron corazón. Hmm. I like this version. I like this version a lot. Speedrunning through this shit. does it stand like that? Tuvo que ser. Oh. Yeah, I'll chill for now then.
A lot of attention. License plate reading clock cameras.
Powered by solar panels and artificial intelligence, fly camera.
There is no freedom. We're all slaves. I go to work every day for 10, 12 hours, and I get maybe 2 hours with my family a day, but I have to work to pay all my bills. We shouldn't have to work for all that. Shouldn't be paying for water. Shouldn't pay for Five Guys.
If you're a homeowner, listen up.
Guess the country for the demographic breakdown.
This just has to be Vietnam. I think this just has to be like Syria or Iraq.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh my god. Shocking that they still have this, but I guess it just has to be Rwanda. This is just any Latin American country. I think DR. I see small Tuareg minority, some Fulani, and majority Mossi. Is this Burkina Faso? Oh, Ireland? I see a Herero minority, so it must be a country bordering Zimbabwe. And I see a small white minority. I'm gonna go Namibia.
Who's this guy?
Fidel Castro.
Hey, yeah, I'm done.
To the Grammys. Potato. If you had the same potato on Honey Market, you just made a ton of money.
Prediction market.
The easiest way to make money in 2026.
So what is prediction market saying? If we're on the prediction market house, let's get past your prediction market.
The Carol leases, you were kind of sitting in your apartment during COVID and you had interest in prediction markets and you kind of developed it. Is that accurate? How does it?
That's the story. Poly Market was founded in 2020 by a then 21-year-old NYU dropout named Shane Copeland. Broke and running out of money, Copeland supposedly set up a makeshift office inside the bathroom of his Lower East Side apartment in New York City. But just how much of that story is true? Because we've all seen this playbook before.
This is the first office at Amazon.com.
In 1994, we were told that billionaire Jeff Bezos started a... All of these
Hmm.
start with the letter I. Okay. To plate. Part or a loan from others. To what? To what?
¿Quién es el GOAT de Francia?
Pues yo creo que
Zinedine Zidane.
¿De Inglaterra?
Platini.
realmente otro recuerdo muy bueno de Tigre.
¿De Brasil?
R9.
¿De Argentina?
Messi.
Seguramente nadie quiere hacer una disputa entre Maradona y Messi.
No te decides aquí, ¿eh? ¿De Portugal?
Ronaldo.
Es que no,
¿De Alemania?
seguramente de Zimbabue.
Beckenbauer.
¿De Italia?
Yo, a mí me gusta mucho
Maldini.
¿Y de España?
me acuerdo mucho de Iniesta por el gol, de verdad que sí, y también por el tema del gol.
Ferran.
¿De Francia?
Pues yo creo que yo me acuerdo mucho de Platini.
¿De Inglaterra?
Can I get a different sales guy? I need like somebody more seasoned, vetted.
Stafford acá.
Kaká? I'm Kaká. No, Argentina. Yeah, Messi Baba. Messi Kaká. Messi Kaká. Messi go home. Okay, take it off. Yo, give me. No, he break my glasses. No. I'm telling you, break my glasses. Why you break my glasses? Who Kaká? I'm Kaká. Who Kaká? I'm Kaká. No, Argentina.
The World Cup just ended, which means we can.
Name all 13.
How do you have so many lady friends?
Whoa.
Sure. What do we do when we 1v1 on GeoGuessr? What were you saying? All right, let's go. I'm low key like what is it, bronze 1, so I'm not that good, you know. But all right, let's go. I'm ready. Thank you too. I bet you're like some like some low key genius at this, yo. Look at that. What, you're a fucking master, aren't you? Nah, man. Argentina, no. Why am I speaking? Chile. I got no clue. Malaysia. This is beautiful. Where is this? Holy cow, where is this? Fuck, where is it? I don't know. It looks like Orthodox, no? Sureda. 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 Fuck, what does that say? España. Joder, tío, estamos en España, tío. Estamos en España, tío. En el sur de España, tío. Palma. Yellow. I don't know, man. India. Okay. Hmm. Like Europe, maybe? Like, I have no idea. France? Sweden. Wait, right? Is that Denmark? Sweden or Finland? I don't know. Sweden, I assume. Yeah, Sweden. This looks like Europe too. It looks like France. This is like beautiful. It's like West France is my guess. Southwest France. Oh, did I not guess? Oh my god, I didn't guess. So it's East France. De France. What is this, man? I mean, I assume it's like Europe. Nice vegetation. Man, I don't know. Maybe like Balkans. Montenegro. Are you down to go again? I'm down to go again. I'm just chilling, man. Alright, let's go. This is Asia. See, like here. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So you went easy on me the first game. Now you're going tough. Alright, let's go. Europe. I thought I saw a Latvian flag. Okay, there's a German flag or whatever flag it was. I don't know. Mm. Mm. Oh man, that was Sri Lanka. Fuck, GG's. Go again if you want. Or not, up to you. What do you mean you suck? You got the Sri Lanka. I don't know how you got the Sri Lanka one, and you got the first one. The first one. I forgot the first one. Yeah, go ahead. Mm. Alabama. I think it's Alabama. Fuck, man. Carolinas? Is that... It's North Carolina. Okay. Cockrell. Hmm. What is this? Indonesia. Indonesia. Northeast, I think. Yeah, Ottawa. How the fuck? Oh, this is Turkey? Oh man, I don't know, man. I think it is Turkey. Yeah. Whoa. Damn, what the fuck is this? This is... What? This is like a landmark or something? This is beautiful. This has... Is this water? I wonder if you can go in there. So you can go in this shit and see this mountain. Can you go up this mountain? Alright, but okay. White. The North Hemisphere, I think. I don't know what bollard that is. Is that a European tag? Oh my god, what is this? Oh my god, man. I'm gonna guess. Iceland. Yeah. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yo, Iceland is beautiful. Holy cow. So the bollards are like reddish. This is Asian, I think. Daya. I'm gonna go with like Philippines. Indonesia. Again, yo, again. One more. Let's do one more. I think you're up. What? You're up 3-1, right? You're 3-2 or 2-2? No, you're 2-1. I forgot. Whatever. Is there like a record? Can we hear like the record? Okay, all good, man. Take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Looking tired, man. Chill my phone. GG. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end here. Alright, peace.